Welcome to Berserk League Duels. We're on Mapas as the heavy favorite Aster takes on Omnic in this matchup. Aster's historically crashed this matchup with an 82% win rate over the all-time record. But Omnic has been fighting hard in their recent series together. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence carries through this opening set. Omnic just dismantled him right off the ramp to take full control of this set. The rating difference is massive right now. He's simply not letting up, extending his lead to a perfect 4-0. Complete reversal of how things usually go for him. He is absolutely outclassing his opponent right now, taking his first 5 rounds straight. Finally, a response from Aster to get back on the board. He's certainly enjoying a massive day overall with those 30 wins. Omnic has struggled immensely in his other outings today with a 431 record over the last day. It just makes this current lead look even more shocking given how plagued his form has been. Aster really needs to find a way to shut this down. Omnic is just too sharp today, catching Aster right as he tried to hold that ramp. A total contrast to that tight 13-10 loss a few hours back. Omnic is just dominating, leading a crushing 8-2. He's taking a massive chunk out of the favorite's confidence right now. He's just not missing, extending a big lead as we approach the break. A huge contrast to the rank 40 slot he usually occupies. Omnic takes a shocking 10-2 lead into the break. We're seeing a complete flip of the script here. Aster usually wins 3/4 of their games against him, but he's just not showing up today. Time for a total reset. He is playing a completely different game today, just absolutely tearing through the defenses. Just a total nightmare for the higher seeded player today. Aster is finally starting to put up a fight, though he's still got a mountain to climb here. The 17th seed is finally starting to push back. Another effortless takedown, putting him just a single round away from victory. A desperate exchange where the underdog manages to come out on top. It's a tough spot to be in, trading by 8. What a statement! He finishes the job with a clean headshot to seal the map. Just an unbelievable result here, since he's usually at the bottom of the food chain in this rivalry. Welcome to Fast Aim. We have Aster and Omnic facing off, with the favorite looking to maintain their dominance here. Aster has typically owned this rivalry with an 82-28 edge in their head-to-head history. It's interesting to see the dynamic shift today, given how Omnic just dominated their previous meeting. We'll have to see if that confidence carries over for the rest of this set. Aster quickly punishes the ramp position to stay right in this game. His superior rating is starting to show through. Aster is really putting the pressure on now, taking control of the map and the scoreboard. Aster is looking far more comfortable than he did in their last series. Omnic is really holding his own right now, playing a tight game to stay in the lead. The underdog has certainly found a way to shake his opponent today. Omnic is firmly in the driver's seat at 4-2. A huge shift from the usually commanding presence we see from him. Aster claws it back to 4-3, keeping things tense. He's definitely been the hotter hand across the board today. The momentum is definitely shifting back to Aster, who's looking much sharper with those quick reactions. Aster is simply on fire, claiming his third straight to take a narrow lead. His overall win rate is nearly double that of his opponent. Nick finds the angle to clear him off the ramp and level things up. Aster edges ahead, taking a slim 6-5 lead. He's played so many matches today and still looks fresh. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Everything is playing out exactly how we thought it would. His huge 37 record over the last day is showing in his confidence right now. Time to see if Omnic can rally. Aster is really starting to exert his presence as the clear favorite today. It is clear he is managing the pace a lot better than Omnic, who is currently sitting at a 5:31 record for the day, and that lack of confidence is starting to seep into his movement. That's an effortless burst to extend his run, putting his opponent in a deep hole. A fast response here, finally halting that momentum from the other side. Aster is just cruising right now with a 10-7 lead. He's clearly fighting to close the gap between them. What a performance! Omnic keeps the streak alive with an incredibly fast reflex shot. Astonishing. He's just found another gear to push this series closer. Aster enters back quickly, bringing the score to 11-9. The overall skill gap is evident here. Aster is just a single round away from closing this out after another perfect sequence. The higher seed is simply too consistent in these closing moments. He's refusing to go down quietly, clawing another one back to keep the dream alive. He's definitely digging deep to prove he can compete today. Pure grit on display as Omnic keeps this contest going with another fast kill. This is a wild turn of events for the top-seeded player. Absolutely sensational. He has leveled the series and we are heading straight into overtime. Absolutely wild to see the series reset just like this. Aster asserts himself again, closing the door with a crisp shot to take the lead. A complete flip from that lopsided result we saw on Mapas. He just completely shuts him down on the ramp, showing incredible strength to bring this thing back to a dead heat. Everything is completely wide open now. He's completely unstoppable right now, continuing his surge back into the lead. What a stand! He is absolutely refusing to fade, putting himself just one step away from the finish. Unbelievable! Omnic clears the server with that final shot to secure the series. He simply refused to let that lead slip away in the final moments. Talk about a complete turnaround for the low-seeded player. He really fought for every point. What a series. Welcome everyone, we're back at the arena for a match between Omnic and Aster. Let's see if the favorite can hold their lead. Aster historically won 74% of their meetings. It's no surprise that the rating gap is showing early in this one. It'll be tough for Omnic to pull off an upset today. Aster is just cruising right now, leading 2-0. Aster really seems to have the upper hand today. Omnic finally claws one back, trailing 1-2 now. He really is struggling to keep up today, sitting at 6-30. The tables have turned completely. Aster looked so sharp early on, but now Omnic is the one with all the momentum. Aster keeps the lead, pushing ahead 3-2. It's a tough day for the number 39 seed. Aster's firmly in control, pulling away to a 4-2 lead. His current 28-8 run over the last day is looking scary. Aster completely holds that push, securing a hat-trick of rounds to take a substantial 5-2 lead. The difference in overall experience is clearly showing here. He manages to secure another one, extending his current tier to 4 straight. He really looks like the much stronger player in this set. A lightning fast response from Omnic to snap the momentum. Omnic has put up a real fight today, having actually won their most recent head-to-head encounters. It's still a mountain to climb since he's usually a huge underdog against this opponent. He'll need a huge surge to turn this around. Aster takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. It's a very standard start for a player with a 62% win rate on the arena. Aster is simply playing his game right now. Time to swap sides. Aster is just dominating, now sitting at 9. The difference in raw talent is simply too much here. Aster is simply relentless, reaching a 10-4 advantage. A very different story compared to the results on Fast Aim. Aster is simply not letting up, taking a total grip on the series. Total shut out of that comeback effort. And Aster is now just a single round away from victory. Sudden flash of brilliance from Omnic to keep the dream alive for now. A desperate fight for survival from the underdog. What a finish. Aster closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He really just put on a clinic here, completely shutting the door on any chance of another upset. Welcome everyone to Redline. We have Omnic taking on the heavily favored Aster in today's match. Aster has clearly dominated this pairing, historically holding a huge win percentage in their head-to-head history. But Omnic has actually taken a few rounds off him in their very recent encounters. We have to see if this start is a flash in the pan or a real shift in momentum. A chaotic clash of reflexes on the ramp, and Aster comes out on top. He's definitely showing that gap in rating we saw on the left. That was a total shutout. Aster is really rolling now. The gap in skill we're seeing here mirrors that raw rating difference. Omnic answers back with a clean shot to keep this tight. He's definitely putting his low ranking aside for a moment. Aster is firmly in control with a 4-2 lead. He's really making the most of that substantial rating lead. Aster has been absolutely punishing today with a 29-8 record across his matches. You know, that level of confidence is clearly spilling over into this duel. It makes it very hard for Omnic to find any openings here. Unbelievable speed. That's 4 straight for the favorite, and it was a total wipeout. A tough encounter on the ramp, but Omnic managed to outlast his opponent. A gritty performance from the 40 ranked player here. Aster is just relentless, pushing his lead to 8-3. He looks really comfortable today, despite those a few tough losses recently. Aster takes Aster's 10-3 grip on this game is just suffocating. This dominance reflects exactly what we're seeing on the rankings. At this point, it feels like Aster is just breezing through the match. That's quite the contrast compared to their recent 16-13 loss on Fast Aim. Omnic holds his own from the ramp, and he's certainly not going down without a fight. A tough day overall for the under-ranked player so far. Omnic is suddenly looking a lot more dangerous, putting a real dent in that huge lead. That's the first time he's won back-to-back rounds today. He just can't be stopped right now, securing another win from the ramp to keep the momentum swinging. The bottom of the ladder is fighting back hard. Aster shuts the door on that little comeback by picking him off the ramp. Everything about this match looks a lot like their usual outings. A critical stand from Omnic to keep the dream alive for another round. He's showing some real resilience despite the initial onslaught. Another fast reaction from Omnic, holding on to his life by a thread as Aster moves to within 1 point of victory. Huge read from the ramp to secure another victory, and he's now won 3 straight. This is an improbable sequence of events for the underdog. Aster finally shuts it down from the ramp to secure the match. He really weathered that late storm and stayed composed to get the win. Omnic puts up a brave fight, but it's a tough run of games for him today. Welcome to Mapas. We have Omnic taking on the favorite Aster in today's 1v1 clash. Aster has an incredible history here, winning 74% of their head-to-head meetings. He's really looking to extend that dominance after such a rough day for Omnic. The big question is whether he can stay this focused. Aster holds the lead, but Omnic is fighting back. He's been absolutely dominant across the board today. Aster is really picking up some steam here, securing another quick win from the ramp. He's been in incredible form throughout the day. Unbelievable speed. He just walked through that encounter without taking a single point of damage. Omnic is refusing to go away, digging in to claw back another round. Omnic has been struggling significantly today with only 5 wins from his last 31 matches. That sheer lack of confidence is likely making this uphill climb feel even steeper. It'll be tough for him to find a way back into this series. Aster is just cruising now, holding a 3-round lead. The skill gap between them is really starting to show here. Keeps this momentum going with a perfect shot, narrowing the gap to 2. The underdog is keeping this closer than anyone expected. Aster is simply outclassing him, sitting comfortably at 7. The gap in their ladders is really evident here. It's 7-5 in favor of Aster going into the break. I mean, things are playing out exactly how we anticipated. He has a comfortable cushion here and he's playing his usual strong game on Mapas. Time for the switch. He is staying aggressive and keeping the pressure on, refusing to let this match slip away. He's proving that the pre-match predictions were a bit premature. Aster stretches his lead to 8, looking unstoppable. It's not surprising considering the rating gap between these two. Aster is practically in control with a 9-6 late. The rating difference is becoming a wall for the challenger. He's just too fast right now, shutting down that comeback attempt in a blink. Just a total shutdown as he pushes his lead to 11. The gap in the standings is truly showing itself here. Omnic manages to snag another point, slowing down that heavy push. What a fight, he barely survives that exchange with a sliver of health to reach match point. His nerves are holding up despite the pressure of that final fight. And that's it. A final lightning fast blow secures the match for Aster. He just completely took over this series, leaving Omnic with no answers for that pace today. Welcome everyone, we're on Junes today for a match between Omnic and the heavily favored Aster. Aster enters this series as a massive favorite, holding a huge lead with 85 head-to-head wins. He's absolutely crushed this matchup historically. Now we just have to see if Omnic can keep this early momentum going. Omnic is staring down a surprising lead at 2-1. He's certainly not playing like a rank 40 right now. Aster looks a bit rattled. He cannot seem to find a way to shut this momentum down. Omnic just edges ahead, pushing his lead to 3-2. Omnic is just dominating, putting his lead up to 4-2. Coming off a tough 5:32 stretch in the last day. The tension is really ramping up now that we're practically tied. It's a total toss-up at this point. Omnic's recent struggles are evident with a 5:32 record today, and honestly, it makes this current scoreline even more surprising. He's completely ignored those low numbers to put himself in the driver's seat. Now Aster just needs to find a way to stop the slide. Mick. He's really challenging the narrative that Aster owns this pairing. Unbelievable! Aster manages to claw back around where he was practically dead on his feet. We head into the break all tied up at 6-6. I mean, this is a shock given the huge gap in their ratings. Omnic is refusing to back down, and now it's anybody's game. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic regains the edge, holding a narrow 7-6 advantage. The higher rated player is really feeling the pressure. Omnic pulls further ahead, now sitting at 8-6. He's effectively erasing the gap between their rankings right now. Aster quickly responds to lock this back up, making it a dead heat once again. We've reached a complete deadlock at 8 apiece. His superior rating is finally starting to show through. Omnic just snatched another round to lead 9-8. That's a bold look for someone who dropped 3 straight earlier today. Omnic is really starting to pull ahead here. He's firmly in control of the tempo. Omnic holds a thin lead at 10-9. He's definitely feeling the weight of his 29-8 run today. Aster answers back, and we're deadlocked at 10-all. The raw skill gap on the ladder is practically screaming now. Speed of these exchanges is just electric, and Omnic is now incredibly close to pulling off the impossible here. What a scramble! Aster barely clings to life to force the tie at 11-11. That was an absolute nail-biter of an exchange. Aster is just too fast here, and now he is 1 round away from victory. The favorite has finally clawed back into the lead. And there it is, Aster shuts the door with a clean finish to secure the victory. Omnic really put the champion to the test today, but he just couldn't find that final push. He had him shaking for a while there. What a battle. Welcome to the arena. We've got Omnic taking on Aster in a match where the favorite looks very strong. Aster holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history. It makes it all the more surprising that Omnic is actually the one starting things off with a lead. I wonder if Aster is just shaking off some early nerves. Aster claws back for a narrow 2-1 lead. The experience gap really shows through these early exchanges. He's completely taken over the map, moving into a 3-round surge. Siding with the high-rated player in this one is proving very safe. Unreal. He barely hangs on with a tiny sliver of health to keep this run alive. A tough stretch for the number 40 seed right now. Another perfect round for him, just completely owning the server right now. The difference in their total counts today is starting to look like a chasm. Pure speed on the draw as he extends his streak to 6 straight. The gap between these two is showing itself a lot today. Finally, a response from the underdog, putting an end to that run. It's been a rough stretch for him today with a 5:32 record. Aster enters this match having already won 3 straight games against Omnic today. And honestly, that psychological edge is likely weighing on the underdog. We're seeing a total collapse in confidence from the lower ranked player. A clean sweep of the target, keeping the pressure high as we head into the break. He's barely breaking a sweat as this first half wraps up. It's 10-2 in favor of Aster. I mean, this looks exactly like the script we expected. Omnic has no answer for him right now, and we're seeing that 63% map win rate in full effect. Time for Omnic to find a spark. Omnic finally draws blood to bring the score to 3-10. He's desperate to reverse the trend from those previous losses today. Aster is just too quick to react. He's shutting down every attempt at a comeback. The gap in their long-term head-to-head records is truly staggering. He just shuts everything down, bringing himself to the precipice of victory. It feels like we're just watching a rerun of his last few games. And there it is. Aster secures a flawless finish to shut the door on this set. He's really in a different league today, putting on a complete clinic for his opponent. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Omnic and Aster are taking over Italy, with Aster entering this one as the clear favorite. Aster has a huge historical advantage here, winning 75% of their lifetime meetings. And looking at those last few matches, it's clear he's completely dominated Omnic lately. We just have to see if Omnic can actually find a way to bridge that gap today. Another effortless kill, and he's just completely owning this opening stretch. The crushing weight of a perfect start. He's just too fast for the competition. He's just completely in control right now, taking a commanding lead into the next round. He's simply outclassing everything right now, claiming his 6th straight round. A tough way to start for the number 40 ranked player. Absolute perfection from the favorite, who just cannot be stopped right now. Simply unfair, he is just out of reach today. It's been a nightmare shift for the underdog today. Finally, he manages to fight back and secure a round for himself. Aster is currently sitting on a massive 38 run over his last few matches. I mean, this dominant form is exactly why he's nearly double the rank of his opponent today. He's simply in another league right now. Aster goes into the break with a huge 11-1 lead. Well, everything we saw in the prep for this game is playing out perfectly. He's just too strong for Omnic right now. Time to see if the tide... That was a total shutdown, and he's now just 1 round away from ending this. The skill gap is just staring us right in the face. He manages to snag another, keeping the dream alive for a few more seconds. A surprising flash of resilience from the lower ranked competitor. What a way to wrap it up. Aster closes the door with a clean shot to secure the victory. Quick result and a tough one to swallow for the lower seed who just couldn't find his footing today. Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Omnic are heading to Redline for this clash, though Aster is a huge favorite here. Omnic puts a quick end to that first encounter by holding the ramp. Expected an easier start given their previous head-to-head dominance. Aster finds the opening from the ramp to even things up quickly. The gap in their overall skill levels is definitely apparent. Aster is just too fast right now, quickly punishing Omnic as he tried to hold the ramp. Aster puts him down off the ramp to take a huge 3-1 lead. The gap between these two in our rating is becoming a huge factor. He's simply too sharp, taking an effortless 4th straight for a huge lead. What a fight. Omnic refuses to go away, digging deep to win a nail biter and keep his hopes alive. A huge shot there to get a bit of breathing room. Aster has been completely dominant today with a 38 record, and it is showing here. He is clearly the superior force in this match, while Omnic is just trying to survive the storm. It will be a massive task for the underdog to claw back from this hole. Unbelievable. He barely survives that scrap from the ramp to keep his momentum rolling. Another tough outing for the number 40 seed. Omnic reacts faster here, snatching a clean round to bring the score to 3-7. A rare glimmer of hope for someone in a tough 532 slump. Aster is just too quick today, making short work of the hold from the ramp. The overall history between these two is just staggering. Aster takes a comfortable 9-3 lead into the break. It's exactly what we expected to see. He's really pulling away from Omnic, who is struggling to find any real momentum here. Let's see if Omnic can pivot. Aster is dominating the history here with an 88-29 lead over his opponent, and honestly that total gap explains why we're seeing this scoreline. It's a steep mountain for Omnic to climb against someone who knows exactly how to beat him. Aster is just too efficient right now. It's getting harder and harder for Omnic to find a solution. He really seems to have the blueprint for the lower ranked player. He's just too strong right now, shutting down any hope of a comeback. He's just completely locked in right now. He has always been the one to watch in these matchups. Game over. He closes it out with a final burst to seal the series. He just looks completely untouchable today. Another one in the books for Aster, and he's barely breaking a sweat. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Omnic and Aster are stepping on to fast aim for this match though. Aster enters as the clear favorite. Omnic came out swinging, taking control of the ramp to get the early lead. He's trying to shake off a rough 533 run today. Aster has clearly been a nightmare for Omnic lately, holding a dominant 89-29 lead in their head-to-head history. Well, he's already won 3 separate maps against him today. It'll take a lot of grit for Omnic to turn things around. Aster is on fire, putting together a powerful start to the map. He is effectively playing like a top 20 talent right now. Aster is absolutely relentless, picking him off the ramp for another one. He's really making his current form a priority today. Just a blur of a round and the streak climbs to 5. A real tough stretch for the number 40 spot on the ladder. Finally a breakthrough for Omnic, who manages to secure a kill from the ramp. He's fighting through some incredibly tough matches today. Aster puts an immediate end to that brief rally, picking him right off the ramp. The skill gap is looking quite obvious at this stage. Aster has been absolutely tearing through the day with a 31-7 overall record. That kind of efficiency usually means he closes these things out quickly. Now the pressure is on to see if he can lock this away before Omnic finds any more momentum. Aster's just crushing it, leading a massive 8-3. The rating difference is definitely playing a role here. Aster holds a solid 8-4 lead. You know, everything is going exactly as the numbers suggested it would. He's just too consistent for Omnic to keep up with right now. Let's see how the switch goes. Aster stays firmly in the driver's seat at 8-5. The underdog is certainly starting to fight back now. Aster stretches his lead to 9 for a huge advantage. He is certainly proving to be a tough wall for the lower seed. Aster is just totally in control here, closing these rounds out in an instant. The 18th seed looks completely locked in. He averts the danger and secures another one, putting his opponent back on the defensive. This feels like a repeat of their earlier matches today. A quick reflex play here allows the underdog to secure another point. He's really fighting an uphill battle with that low ranking. A couple of fast wins in a row and suddenly the lead is starting to shrink. He's refusing to let this be another blowout. Unbelievable, Aster barely survives that shootout with a single health point left to his name. He completely clawed his way back from the brink on that one. He just completely outplayed him there, keeping the dream alive for another round. The pressure is mounting for the higher seed to seal this. He just can't stop firing, keeping the series alive with another perfect response. The momentum has shifted completely in this final stretch. And there it is. Aster shuts the door with one final shot to secure the victory. Omnic really stepped up his game to keep this competitive, but he just couldn't find that final push. What a fight. Welcome everyone. We've got Omnic and Aster facing off in the arena, though the favorite looks tough to beat today. Aster has absolutely dominated the head-to-head history here with a massive 90-29 lead. It's a staggering gap that should make him the heavy favorite. We have to wonder if Omnic can actually find some breathing room in this set. Omnic is really turning the tide up 2-1. A quick reminder that he's sitting much higher on the ladder. Aster is starting to take full control of the map after those 2 quick rounds. Total shutout as he keeps the momentum rolling with a 3rd straight victory. That's a massive day for Aster with 31 wins already. He's completely shut things down with another effortless flick, which brings the streak to 4. The skill gap between these two is showing up in a big way. Omnic puts an end to that run with a crisp headshot. A huge challenge for the number 40 seed here. Aster has been on an absolute tear with a 31-7 record over the last day. It is a massive contrast to Omnic, who is really struggling to put together a winning streak. The challenge for the underdog is just finding a consistent response here. A flawless sequence for Aster, who has now reclaimed the momentum with 3 straight rounds. That gap in their ratings is really starting to tell. Aster is simply too fast today, continuing his hot streak as we head toward the break. That puts him in a great spot heading into the break. Aster takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the switch. Honestly, he's performing exactly how we expected. Omnic is just too outclassed right now to make any noise. Let's see a new spark from Omnic. Aster is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9. He's definitely fighting through a tough slump right now. Aster is just cruising now, sitting on a 10-4 lead. It's just a nightmare season for the 40th seed. We're seeing a lot of back and forth now, with neither player able to string together a long sequence. Aster's firmly in the driver's seat at 10-6. A huge response from him to keep this series alive. Aster is putting a lot of pressure on the clock here, ending this round in just over a second. Omnic is refusing to go quietly, showing a bit more fight. As we enter the final stretch, he's really fighting from the bottom of the ladder today. Omnic is refusing to back down, putting up a real fight to close this gap. He's definitely feeling the pressure now. That was a clean exchange, and now Aster is just a single round away from victory. What a finish. Aster closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the match. He just keeps stacking up those victories today, proving once again that he's comfortably at a different level. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Omnic taking on the heavily favored Aster right here on Mapas. Aster has a massive historical advantage. We have a 76% win rate against Omnic over 100 matches. It's a psychological mountain to climb for Omnic, especially since he's coming off a long losing streak. We'll see if he can finally find a way to disrupt this rhythm. Omnic is suddenly in control with a 2-1 lead. Purely unexpected given his recent form. The early lead is gone and we're right back to a deadlock. Looking at a huge rating gap between these two. Aster just claws back the lead at 3-2. That rating difference is starting to show on the server. Omnic just leveled the playing field at 3-3. A surprising turn of events for the number 40 ranked player. What a fight. He scrapes through with almost nothing left after dragging Aster off that ramp. Hard to believe he's pushing a lead given his recent struggle today. Just an absolute shutout. He's completely taken over this map with 3 straight. Aster answers back instantly with a lightning fast shot to the head. We are all tied up at 5 apiece now. He's fighting uphill against a player with a far higher rating. Aster is simply too fast right now, extending his lead just before the break. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. And really, this is just how we thought the match would go. He's comfortably in the driver's seat, though Omnic has managed to keep the gap small for now. Time to see if the roles reverse. Omnic pulls one back, narrowing the gap to 6-7. The underdog is definitely refusing to back down today. Aster just barely held that ramp position to keep his momentum moving. He's barely been shaken this whole series. Aster holds onto a slim 1-round advantage. A complete turnaround considering his rough day so far. And just like that, Omnic forces a dead heat at 8-8. This looks nothing like the 32-7 run he's had today. He's simply on fire right now, picking up another one to extend his lead. The response is immediate, bringing things right back to a deadlock. Aster edges ahead again, holding a thin 10-9 lead. He's really mirroring that dominant form from their last 3 encounters. He's on a tear, securing his 3rd straight to push the lead back to 2. He is really cementing that upper half ladder presence today. Omnic answers back with a sharp exchange to keep this match within reach. He's putting up a huge fight to close this gap. I can't believe we're seeing this. We are completely deadlocked heading into the final stretch. An effortless snap to the head puts the pressure firmly on Omnic. That's just the type of confidence we'd expect from the top seed. Boom. Boom. He seals the deal with a clean burst to close it out. Omnic gave him a run for his money tonight, but he just couldn't close that final gap. Hard-fought battle. Welcome to Dunes. We've got Omnic taking on Aster, though the favorite here is definitely looking to keep their streak alive. What a fight. He barely scraps through that exchange, clutching a win by the skin of his teeth. Aster has dominated this rivalry, winning a huge majority of their head-to-head encounters, and honestly, the gap in their overall win rates makes this a very uphill battle for Omnic. We have to wonder if this early lead is a fluke or a sign of a real shift. We've got a deadlock now with Omnic tying it up. A surprising shift in momentum for a player fighting a deep slide. Omnic is really pushing the pace here, putting Aster on the defensive for the first time tonight. A total stalemate at 3 apiece as we head back. Aster is definitely enjoying some dominant form today. Omnic is suddenly in the driver's seat at 4-3. He's fighting an incredibly tough tide after those 3 losses in a row. Omnic has gone a combined 533 in his last few matches today, and honestly he's showing a level of confidence that just isn't in the record books. It will be interesting to see if Aster can shake this off before the lead reaches double digits. Unreal, Aster digs deep and somehow survives that brutal exchange to claw another round back. He's refusing to let this lead slip away. Aster stays sharp and takes this one completely untouched, keeping the pressure high as we approach the break. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the switch. I mean, nobody expected the lower rated player to be controlling the map like this. He's completely flipped the script on a guy who usually wins 76% of their encounters. Time to see if Aster is... Omnic is really stretching that lead to 8-5. That's an unbelievable turnaround for someone ranked 41st on the ladder. Good lord, that was a war. Aster barely walks away from that slaughter, but he's showing some real grit. He's just refusing to let the map slip away. Another one for Aster, who looks completely composed as he closes the gap. Omnic maintains a comfortable cushion at 9-7. Aster has been essentially untouchable today with that 31-7 record. Omnic keeps the momentum swinging as he hits 10. He's completely defying his current rank on the ladder. That's a perfect response from the challenger, keeping the dream alive with a crisp headshot. The higher seeded player is finally starting to claw back. Omnic is just a few steps away from securing the map, and he is looking far too sharp for the favorite right now. He is staying in the fight, showing a lot of spirit to keep this close. That was a lightning fast exchange to bring the game closer. He just needs one more to put this entire match to bed. He's not going down without a fight, shutting that door quickly to keep the dream alive. A really clean finish to bring it back to 2. What a finish. Omnic shuts it down with a lightning fast flick to secure the victory. He really played his heart out today, fighting through those low HP scrapes just to keep this one alive. What a result. Welcome to Italy. We have Omnic and Aster facing off today, with Aster entering the match as the clear favorite. What a scramble. He barely survives that exchange to take an early lead. A tough start for the favorite, especially with those head-to-head odds. Aster generally holds a huge 75% win rate in their long history together. But it is an interesting contrast to the way this current match is starting. Omnic is fighting an uphill battle against one of the league's top 20 players, so this early lead is a real statement. Omnic is simply dominating a 3-1 lead right now. Aster answers back immediately, keeping this series surprisingly close after a shaky start. He's showing why he currently sits at number 18. Deadlocked at 3 apiece, the tension is palpable now. He's been absolutely on fire with a 13-8 run today. The momentum has completely shifted, and he's now sitting on a 3-round surge. The gap in rating is starting to show. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, picking up another effortless point. Omnic manages to claw one back, keeping himself in the game. His recent form is just frightening, but he's feeling the pressure now. Omnic is having a really tough time today with a 632 record over the last 24 hours, and honestly that lack of confidence is starting to bleed into this specific duel. He's fighting a losing battle against the momentum. Aster holds an 8-4 lead going into the break. I mean, this is exactly what the rating suggested would happen. He's just too consistent for Omnic right now, and that 4-round run really sealed the deal for the first half. Time to switch things up. Omnic secures a point, narrowing it to 5-8. He's putting up a huge fight despite the massive rating difference. He's refusing to go away, delivering a swift shot to keep this comeback rolling. The gap in ranks is starting to feel like a suggestion. Aster regains control, pulling ahead to a 9-6 lead. That's typical from the top 20 side of the bracket. Aster holds a strong 4-round cushion at 10-6. He's simply outmatched in every department right now. Omnic is really digging in here, refusing to let the match slip away completely. He's really stepping up now, taking another round to keep this pressure mounting. The pressure is clearly shifting toward the favorite now. What a fight. He barely scrapes through that chaos to secure a critical victory. Unreal, just a sliver of health left to secure that point. Aster shuts that rally down immediately and moves within a single point of victory. Absolutely clinical finish. Aster shuts the door on this series with a perfect final round. Solid performance to close things out. He really knew how to handle that map today. Welcome to the red line map. We've got Aster and Omnic facing off today, though Aster is definitely the one to beat here. Aster just makes a very strong statement by holding that ramp position and taking the opening round. He really seems to have Omnic's number in this head-to-head. Aster has consistently dominated this matchup with a 76% win rate over 100 games. It's quite a gap in quality, but the current score shows that Omnic is refusing to back down. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this pace. We're all squared up now between Omnic and Aster. He's certainly bringing that confidence from his dominant day so far. Aster is just too sharp right now, using that ramp elevation to keep the pressure on. Aster puts his foot on the brake for Omnic, securing another win from the ramp. Simply on another level right now, capturing his 4th straight round to see his total control. Wow, a grueling scramble on those ramps that nearly went the other way, but he clings to the lead. His form from the previous map is carrying over perfectly. Omnic cleans that up, picking him right off the ramp. He's showing a lot of heart considering the massive gap on the ladder. Absolutely insane. He barely escapes with his life after that chaotic exchange to bring the lead back to 7. Aster had absolutely dominated this day with a 38 record across all matches, and that immense confidence is clearly translating into the way he's closing out these exchanges. He's simply playing with a level of poise that Omnic can't seem to match right now. Aster takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, it is just pure efficiency from the favorite so far. He looks completely locked in, and his 5-round streak really broke Omnic's spirit. Aster is practically cruising now with a 10-3 lead. It's been a rough stretch for Omnic in today's action. Aster is just running away with this, leading 10-4. He's really fighting an uphill battle given where he sits on the ladder. Aster is really tightening the noose here, leaving Omnic with almost no room to breathe. He is certainly finding a way to claw back into this, making the gap a bit more manageable. He puts the pressure back on from the ramp, moving him to within a single round of victory. He's really playing the role of the favorite today. What a final shot. Aster finishes the fight right there on the ramp to take the victory. Just another huge result for the top seed. Omnic put up a fight, but he's just outclassed today. Welcome to Mapas. We have Omnic and Aster facing off, though Aster enters this duel as the clear favorite. Aster holds a commanding edge in their head-to-head history, having won 76% of their previous encounters. It makes a lot of sense given how severely Omnic has struggled in his recent matches. It'll be tough for him to turn the tide today. Aster is just barely holding a lead over Omnic. His recent form has been a real struggle, barely 10% in his last 10. Aster is starting to separate himself here. He's looking incredibly sharp in these early exchanges. The skill difference is really starting to show here. Omnic manages to outduel Aster right there on the ramp, bringing this one surprisingly close. Aster's firmly in control with a 4-2 lead. That's a tough day so far for Omnic with a 6-32 record. Aster is putting up a monster number with 31 wins today. Look, he's just relentlessly efficient across every single match he's played. We're really seeing a huge gap in class as the rounds pile up. He's simply too fast for his opponent, extending the lead to 7. This matches the result we saw earlier on Redline. He's simply unstoppable right now, moving his count to 5 straight. Aster has certainly lived up to the pre-match hype so far. He's just completely taking over this match, securing another win to keep the pressure high. A rough day for the rank 40 seed so far. Aster holds a big 9-3 lead heading into the break. I mean, he is playing exactly like the favorite we expected. That 6-round run really broke the momentum for Omnic. Let's see if Omnic can reset. Obnubnik finds a glimmer of hope at 4-9. He's definitely starting to wake up now. He's showing some grit after those tough losses earlier. Aster is just cruising along with a 10-4 lead. That's a huge difference in a pair of ratings. Aster was barely out of the gates before he got shut down by that red. Omnic is certainly trying to stay in the game, but he's just not finding the consistency he needs to bridge this gap. Aster shuts that door quickly to bring us to match point. He's just effortlessly gliding through this set. A great read by Omnic, denying him the quickest path to victory. That is a massive swing in confidence for the underdog. What a way to finish! Aster claims the final round and takes the map. He just looked way too comfortable on this terrain. Omnic fought hard, but that skill gap was visible in every exchange. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. We've got Mist and Aster facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Mist currently leads the head-to-head history 7-6, and you can see that confidence translate into an early lead. It's a tight matchup for a reason, so it'll be interesting to see if Aster can stop the slide early. He's just too fast today, putting up a clean 3-0 start. A complete reversal of how those last few games went for him. Unreal, both of them were practically empty, but he manages to claw through for another victory. Aster answers back quickly to put a stop to that early momentum. Goodness, he nearly ran out of time. Mist survives a frantic exchange on the ramp by a hair. Aster is absolutely on fire with a 32-8 record over the last day. That massive wave of momentum is starting to crash over Mist. Now, if this trend continues, the pre-match favorite might find himself staring at a very surprising defeat. Mist is really pulling away now, leading 6-3. He enters this room with a very high win rate lately. Aster has a few ideas, but Mist is just too consistent with the response right now. He is certainly playing like the favorite right now. Mist is just punishing Aster's positioning, easily cleaning up from that ramp. He's certainly playing his part as the slight favorite. Mist heads into the break with a solid 8-4 lead. Well, he's really controlling the pace exactly as the analysts thought he would. Aster needs a strong start on the other side to keep this close. Let's see if Aster can dig in. Mist is just dominating, extending his lead to 9-4. Coming off a string of narrow victories earlier today. Mist hits double digits, leaving Aster far behind. His recent form is certainly starting to surface. He manages to shut Aster down again, clearing him off the ramp with ease. Hard to believe how different this feels from his dominant run against Omnic. A clean response from Aster to get back on the board. He's definitely got the higher all-time win rate of the two. He puts the pressure back on immediately, securing another round from the ramp. Just a complete shutdown from the top of the map. A sharp reaction here by Aster to keep things moving. The gap in skill is clearly narrowing as we hit the final stretch. Aster keeps his composure, securing another round and refusing to go down without a fight. What a slugfest! Aster holds his ground to secure another win in a frantic exchange. The pressure is shifting completely onto Mist now. Absolutely flawless finish. Mist closes the door and claims the series right here. He looked a step ahead for most of the map and just refused to let the momentum shift. Welcome everyone. We're on orange for a match between Omnic and Mist. Mist enters as the favorite here. Mist has clearly dominated this rivalry with 7 wins in their last 10 head-to-head bouts. That confidence is translating into a really strong run of form today. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can actually find a way to disrupt this momentum. Omnic's really surging ahead with a commanding 2-1 lead. A tough. He's just on fire right now, completing a total turnaround of this early set. A complete reversal of the usual ladder dynamic. He's simply too fast right now, claiming another victory to reach 4 straight. Simply unstoppable right now as he extends his grip on this opening half. Mist gets the round, halting that momentum surge. Omnic is currently sitting at rank 40 in our rating. It's incredible to see him outclassing a top 20 opponent like Mist this early on. The struggle is clearly on the higher rated side of this duel. Wow, what a scrap! He barely scrapes through that exchange to keep the streak alive. It's a total contrast to his recent form today. A clean finish by Mist to pick up a point just before the break. Omnic takes a big lead at 8-4. It's a shocking start given he's played terribly in his other matches today. He's putting a huge amount of pressure on the top seeded player right now. Time to see if Mist wakes up. Omnic just widens the gap to a massive 9-4. Completely disregarding his poor 6-33 record so far today. Good heavens, he survives that absolute brawl with just a sliver of health left. He's completely defying every expectation so far tonight. Unreal. He almost got taken out in that chaos, but he holds on for another victory. Absolute chaos in that trade, but he manages to pull ahead and moves just a single point away from victory. What a finish. He closes out the final fight to secure the victory. Can't believe we're seeing this from the underdog today, especially after how brutal his morning has been so far. Welcome to Italy. We have Omnic and Aster facing off today, with Aster entering this duel as the strong favorite. Aster has held a massive lead in their head-to-head history, winning 76% of their past encounters. It's clear Omnic is fighting an uphill battle here, but that early round win proves he can find a way to punish a mistake. We'll see if he can actually sustain this early lead. Omnic is really turning the tide at 2-1. Aster is quickly reclaiming his ground here, making this a dead even split early on. He's really defying the ratings with this performance. And we are back to a stalemate at 3-all. He's looking a bit more like the rank 18 player now. The speed of these exchanges is wild. Both players are reacting in under a second. Omnic has a low 19% win rate on this map, which makes this current lead even more surprising. He's normally struggling in this environment, so his confidence must be peaking right now. Aster needs to figure out why his usual map advantage isn't translating into rounds. Absolute deadlock at 5 apiece. This is a thriller. His dominance today is on full display with a huge 39-round lead. What a scramble. He barely claws his way out of that exchange to keep the momentum rolling. Omnic has really been struggling to find a win today. We're all square at 6 each. Omnic is playing way above his rank right now. I didn't expect the lower rated player to hold his own like this, especially given Aster's strong record on this map. Fresh start for both. Omnic takes the lead again, pushing ahead 7-6. A really surprising shift from what we've seen in their previous matches. Aster strikes back to bring us level at 7. He's definitely carrying a lot of confidence with a 30-win day so far. Omnic is really starting to put the pressure on, putting himself in a strong position to close this out. Unbelievable. We're tied up at 8 again. Neither player is letting the other breathe for a second. Aster just pulls ahead, taking a narrow 9-8 lead. Aster is really putting his superior experience on display here. Total control. He just completely shut down the momentum and is now firmly in the driver's seat. He is just relentless right now, pushing the score to 11. The skill gap is becoming a real problem here. Another effortless win for Aster, putting him just 1 round away from victory. He's just completely shut the door on any comeback. Absolutely effortless. Aster finishes the series with a perfect snapshot to claim the victory. Omnic put up a real fight for a while, but the skill gap eventually just became too much. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Mist and Aster facing off today to see who comes out on top. Aster enters this match with a strong momentum, having gone 39 over the last day. That high activity should give him a huge advantage in terms of confidence. It'll be interesting to see if that carries him through against a player who usually has his number. Aster keeps the lead, taking a slim 2-1 advantage. The historically stronger player in this pairing is finally showing up. Aster is quickly pulling ahead, putting a lot of pressure on Mist to find an answer. Aster is now just one step ahead at 3-2. He's currently sitting right behind Aster in the ladder rankings. Aster is really dominating now, leading things at 4-2. Mist is keeping this extremely close, refusing to let Aster pull away with a commanding lead. The all-time head-to-head favor clearly Mist. Mist normally has the upper hand in these matchups, winning over half of their previous meetings. Well, that historical dominance isn't playing a role here today. It's becoming a real struggle for him to reclaim control of the match. Both players traded heavy hits here, but Mist manages to outlast him to close the gap further. That was an incredibly fast trade to get back in the driver's seat. Aster is just cruising now with a 7-4 lead. He's really capitalizing on this slight rating edge here. Aster takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is a total reversal of the script. The underdog is completely outplaying the favorite right now, leaning heavily into his superior 60% win rate on this map. Let's see if Mist can wake up. Unreal. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health after an absolute war of attrition. These two have been incredibly close in their recent rankings. Another one for the comeback kid who's really starting to chip away at that gap. The momentum is shifting back into his... Aster still holds a 3-round cushion over Mist. The higher ranked player is reclaiming his territory. He's refusing to go quietly, digging in to bring this game back within reach. That was an incredibly clean exchange to keep the pressure on. Aster is still comfortably ahead at 10-7. Pure precision on that shot, barely a second to settle it. Aster is simply too fast right now. Those last 2 rounds were over in a heartbeat. The higher seed has really found his footing here. Mist just needs to keep this pace up to stay in the game. He's really trying to push back toward that all-time lead. What a fight. He digs deep to survive that slugfest and now just needs one more. A quick reaction there to regain the upper hand. Massive stop here to keep his hopes alive for the match. That's a huge lift in energy for the trailing player. Absolutely spotless work from Mist to keep this battle alive. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected at the start. What a nail biter. He claws back from the brink to secure the series victory. He really pushed the pace until the very end, but just couldn't close it out. A total roller coaster of a game. He had to work for that. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Omnic taking on the heavily favored Mist today on Mappas. Mist really dominates this specific matchup, leading the head-to-head 7-4 over the course of 11 games. It's interesting to see if that historical edge offsets the fact that Omnic actually won their last meeting. I wonder if we're seeing a total reversal of form today. Mist is staring down a strong lead at 2-1. He is fighting hard despite being the lowest rated player here. Mist is quickly building a cushion here, looking very comfortable as we head toward the first break. Mist is just one step closer to a dominant win. A tough way to start the day for him after that rough run against Aster. Mist is really starting to pull away at 4-2. The difference in their experience levels is showing. The momentum is swinging back and forth here. We've got a real nail biter on our hands. Good heavens, what a scramble. He barely scrapes through that encounter with a sliver of health. The gap in experience between these two is stark. Omnic has clawed back and now it's a 4-5 deadlock. The rating gap on the ladder is effectively invisible right now. And just like that, Omnic forces a complete stalemate. The struggle continues for the 19th seed after a tough day so far. Omnic holds the height on the ramp to secure a third straight win. It's an incredibly tough look for the higher seeded player right now. Omnic goes into the break with a 7-5 advantage. I mean, this is a shocking start for Mist. Despite his massive rating lead, he's struggling to keep up with the underdog's momentum. Time to shake things up. Omnic has practically completely collapsed his opponent's game, extending this streak to 4 straight rounds. You can see how that confidence is bleeding into his gameplay. He's looking like the aggressor now. What an absolute nail-biter! Omnic barely survives the exchange to knock him off the ramp. Absolute carnage in that exchange, but Omnic manages to outlast him for a huge lead. He's just on fire right now, taking another round for himself. Hard to believe someone sitting at rank 40 is controlling a game this way. He's simply untouchable right now, moving within a single round of closing the door. A complete shift from how things looked heading into the server. Unbelievable. Omnic closes this out with an effortless shot to seal the series. Massive statement from the underdog, completely disregarding that rating difference to take a huge win on the server. Welcome everyone to Red Line. We've got Omnic taking on Aster in a battle where the favorite looks very strong today. Wow, he barely survives that exchange. Both players poured it on, but Aster manages to edge out the victory. Aster holds a massive historical advantage with a 76% win rate in these head-to-head battles. It's definitely surprising to see Omnic putting up such a fight given the gap in their ratings. Let's see if this momentum continues. He's just completely untouchable right now, securing another effortless victory to extend his lead. Aster answers back immediately to keep things close. The top half seed is starting to find his range. Aster manages to pull ahead again, cleaning up Omnic right off the ramp. The gap in their overall standings is really starting to show. He's really putting the pressure on now, securing his third straight win to take the lead. He's simply outclassing everyone right now, finishing a high-stakes duel atop the ramp for his fourth straight victory. What a fight. Both players were battered in that scramble, but he manages to close it out for a fifth straight victory. He completely takes over the map, securing another victory from the ramp to keep this roll going. He is just completely in control, extending that winning streak to 7 before we head into the break. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, the higher rated player is doing exactly what we thought he would. That 7-round tier really shifted the pace of this first half. Omnic needs a serious wake-up call. Aster just couldn't be shaken, shutting that down quickly from the ramp. He's been looking extremely sharp all day with that 39 record. Aster makes quick work of him, easily cleaning up the angle on that ramp. He's looking incredibly comfortable today, putting together a really dominant set. A quick reflex win for the frontrunner, and that's 3 in a row. Omnic puts a stop to that slide with a clean trade. Hard for him to get moving considering that 8:30 run today. And there it is. He puts himself on the verge of victory with another effortless call. A huge clutch by Omnic to stay in the game, delaying that final blow. He's really fighting against the current now. A huge stop there for Omnic, holding steady on the ramp to prevent the match from ending. He's really making this a sweat for the higher seed. And there it is. A lightning fast finish secures the victory for Aster. He just looks too polished right now, continuing a huge tier for his overall record today. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Mist and Aster facing off to see who can claim victory today. Aster looks incredible with a 31-9 record over the last day, and it's clearly contrasting with the slump Mist has been dealing with lately. I'm curious to see if the favorite can actually reverse this momentum. Aster has a strong grip on the lead now. He's continuing a dominant run after that 13-10 victory on Dunes. Aster is quickly stacking up the wins here. He's really putting the pressure on Mist early on. Aster's holding a slim lead at 3-2 right now. He's actually coming into today with a total of 16 wins. Aster is cruising along with a comfortable 4-2 cushion. Despite a strong overall head-to-head record, Mist can't get the momentum back. The pace is picking up. Mist is really starting to fight back to close this gap. And just like that, Mist has leveled it at 4 apiece. A bit surprising given how the match on Dunes went earlier. Aster takes a thin lead again, edging ahead 5-4. He's really putting his higher ranking to use here. It's an absolute deadlock now. Neither player is willing to give an inch in this set. He's proving he can handle the pressure today. Aster barely holds on to his narrow edge at 6-5. A surprising turn given that Mist usually gets the better of him. We are all squared up at 6-6, and honestly, it's exactly where I thought we'd be. Mist is holding his ground well, though. Aster still looks dangerous despite the dead heat. Fresh start for both of them. Aster just edges ahead again with a 7-6 lead. The higher seed is keeping himself in a prime position. Aster is currently boasting a really strong 80% win rate over his last 10 outings, and honestly it's starting to feel like he's completely figured out how to handle this opponent. He's effectively neutralizing everything Mist is trying to do right now. He's absolutely on fire right now, securing another lightning-fast victory. Mist manages to hold his own in this exchange to pull back around. Despite the current deficit, he's actually the one with the all-time lead here. The comeback continues for Mist, who is refusing to go away with another clean victory. Expectations were leaning toward the other side before this match began. Aster quickly puts a stop to that mini rally, firmly recapturing the momentum. Slightly better ranked, but he's really capitalizing on the moment. Mist is showing some real grit here, refusing to buckle under the pressure. It's still a tight battle despite those early struggles. Aster simply outduels him here, picking the opponent right off the ramp to reach match point. A lightning fast shot to shut down that rally. What a finish. Aster closes the door with a perfect final shot to secure the match. He's just too consistent tonight. That momentum from the first half carried him right through to the end. Welcome to the stream. We've got Omnic and Mist facing off on orange, with Mist entering as the heavy favorite today. Omnic is looking to build on that, a strong 13-5 victory over Mist from their last meeting. It's a big confidence boost for a player who's otherwise been struggling on the ladder today. We have to see if that previous dominance can actually hold up here. He just can't find an answer for these shots, making it a clean sweep of the first three. He's really putting that ranking gap to shame right now. He's just unstoppable right now, not letting up for a second. He's really proving his higher ranking doesn't matter here. Finally, a round for Mist, who secures a hard-fought victory to get back on the board. A good sign for someone who struggled through a tough day so far. Omnic is just cruising along with a 5-1 lead. That historical win rate edge for Mist isn't showing up yet. Omnic has spent most of the day on the losing side of the ledger, sitting at a rough 830 record. Well, it makes this current lead even more surprising considering the struggle he's had in his other matches today. It'll be interesting to see if he can close this out. Omnic is simply dominating, stretching the lead to 7-2. The momentum has completely shifted and he's now on a tear. A Rupp outing so far for the veteran with over 5,000 career games. He nearly lets the round slip away but manages to recover and secure another for himself. Hard to believe how skewed the matchup looks right now. Omnic takes a massive lead at 9-3 and honestly we're seeing a total collapse from the favorite. Mist has a much better map history here but he's just not playing to his usual standard today. Mist claws one back to make it 9-4. He needs to lean into that overall experience advantage now. Omnic is just relentless, pulling ahead to 10-4. It is getting harder for Mist to lean on those overall head-to-head numbers. The pressure is really starting to mount on the favorite here. A surprising turn of events for the 40th seed in this league. Absolutely incredible. He barely survives that fight, putting himself just one round away from victory. A crucial stop for Mist, who refuses to go down without a fight. He definitely needs to find that kind of energy again if he wants a comeback. He keeps the momentum going, putting up another strong resistance against the leader. What a finish. Omnic secures the final blow to seal the victory. He's just completely rewritten the script for today, taking down one of the most experienced players in the league. Welcome to the Berserk League. Omnic and Aster are stepping onto fast aim, though Aster enters as the strong favorite today. Aster has a massive advantage here with a 76% lifetime win rate against Omnic. We're seeing a stark difference in their current form as well, with Omnic having struggled heavily throughout the day. He'll need to find an answer quickly if he wants to keep this close. He's just not letting up. Aster makes it a perfect start to the match. His 31 wins today show exactly why he's the favorite. A lightning fast response from Omnic to finally get a round on the board. He's fighting through the pressure to stay in this map. He's found another gear, taking total control of this exchange to keep the pressure on. The gap is closing way faster than anyone expected. Aster was just too quick coming off that ramp to keep his lead. Omnic is really struggling to find any traction today, coming in with a 930 record over the last day. So yeah, those numbers make it clear why the pressure is mounting for him. It's a steep hill to climb if he can't stabilize his game. He's refused to go away, putting up another clean stand to pull within one. The momentum has completely shifted in this server. Incredible. He's completely wiped the slate clean, bringing us back to a dead even score. The favorite is now fighting for his life. The veteran recovers his composure and claims this one to push the lead back to 6. Aster takes a narrow 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, he's holding the advantage as expected, but the underdog is keeping the score tight. We'll see if Omnic can maintain this pace in the second half. Let's see how the switch affects them. Unbelievable. Aster barely scrapes through that exchange, hanging on by a thread to extend his lead. A tough spot for someone currently sitting at 37th on our rating. Aster's control is tightening up with a 4-round cushion. Omnic was just too sharp from the ramp to let this slide. He's proving he can hang with the upper half of the table. Aster is cruising now with a commanding 4-round lead. Aster is putting a lot of that 80% recent form on display. Aster just knows how to shut this down, picking a perfect angle from the ramp to extend his lead. He's looking extremely composed for his second match against the 37th seed. That was an effortless burst to put Aster just 1 round away from victory. What a way to close it out. Aster shuts the door on the match with a huge final burst. Just a total showcase of skill from the top seed, who simply looked like he was playing a different game. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Mist and Aster facing off to see who can reach 13 rounds first. What a scramble. Both players were nearly gone, but Aster manages to scrap through for the first lead. Aster comes into this with a huge amount of confidence after going 32-8 over the last day, and it's definitely starting to show in his movements. He's already taking the lead and pushing the pace early here. Now, the pressure is on Mist to find some stability. Another flawless exchange, and he's just completely taken over this early part of the match. Unreal. He almost went down with that last burst, but Mist barely walks away from the chaos. He's staying sharp, taking another one while refusing to give up any ground. The higher seed is finally starting to wake up. He's just relentlessly cutting into that lead, taking a third straight victory with a total shutout. Goodness, that was a total brawl. He barely manages to scrape by with the win after taking an enormous amount of damage. That was a lightning fast kill. He's refusing to let this lead slip away. A crucial exchange for the high-seeded player. Mist holds a historically competitive edge in their head-to-head record. But we're seeing a massive shift in their current form today, with Aster coming in on a hot streak and firmly controlling the pace. It feels like the momentum has completely flipped in his favor. It is 8-4 in favor of Aster. The underdog is playing way above his head right now. He has essentially completely shut down the favorites' game plan so far. Time for a total reset. Absolute chaos in this exchange. He almost didn't make it out of there alive. This is mirroring the results from their last meeting. Aster is cruising with a commanding 10-4 lead. The gap in their current form is becoming a chasm. Mist just clawed one back, trailing now by 5. Still trying to shake off that tough 6-13 loss to Omnic from earlier. Mist is really picking up the speed here, ending these rounds faster and faster. Aster is just too fast today. He's simply not giving Mist any room to build a comeback. Mist is really fighting for survival here. He knows he has to win almost every single exchange from this point forward. He's outworked him completely to move within a single round of victory. The favorite is looking completely lost right now. Aster closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the series. He's completely broken that historical deadlock and now has the upper hand in their rivalry. Aster is just on another level today. Welcome to the league. We have Omnic and Mist facing off on Italy, where the favorite looks to secure a strong win. Mist holds a significant advantage on the ladder with a rating of 1461. It's a stark contrast to Omnic's current standing, but those rankings haven't translated into an early lead. Mist needs to wake up if he wants to avoid another loss to this opponent. Omnic is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He's really struggling to recover from those tough losses to Aster. Omnic is looking sharp and confident right now, taking full control of the pace. The higher rank just isn't showing up right now. Omnic is cruising along with a free 2 edge. He's fighting to get back to a balanced head-to-head. Mist claws back to level this series at 3-3. Both of these guys have had a rough run over the last day. He's completely taken over the map with 3 straight rounds in his pocket. The overall head-to-head looks similar to where we are now. Unreal, both players were nearly gone, but he manages to edge out the win for a 4th consecutive round. That's a brutal day for Omnic so far. He barely walks away from that firefight, surviving with a tiny sliver of health to keep the streak alive. Total shutout. Mist looks completely untouchable right now with 6 straight wins. He's just completely in control, closing out another round with barely a scratch. A much needed turnaround for him after those tough losses to Aster. Mist takes an 8-4 lead into the break. The higher seed is firmly in charge as expected. That 7-round tear really shifted the energy in his favor before the switch. Omnic has an 18% win rate on this map, making his current resilience pretty impressive. You know, he's really challenging the map's historical data right now. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this momentum shifting. Mist is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-5. He's really showing why he's rated that much higher on the ladder. Omnic is refusing to go quietly, picking up another fast round to keep himself in deep. Mist is quickly regaining his footing after that brief lapse, putting himself on the verge of closing this out. That's another fast exchange, and now Mist is just 1 step from victory. The skill gap is showing in a big way. And there it is, a perfect finish for Mist to seal the victory. He's finally stopped the bleeding today, putting on a clinic to shake off those earlier losses. Welcome to the arena. We have Omnic taking on the heavy favorite Aster in today's duel. Aster really dominates this rivalry with a win rate of 77% in their direct meetings. I mean, the gap in their overall stats is massive, so the early lead for Omnic is definitely unexpected. We'll see if this is just a shaky start for the favorite. Aster claws back to a 2-1 lead here. His current 10-game run is just an absolute steamroller. Absolute control from Aster, who just wiped the floor with his opponent. His high rating is really showing through here. He's simply too fast for Omnic right now, taking full command of this set. He's clearly in top form after that 31-8 run today. Unbelievable. Omnic barely scrapes through that chaos, barely surviving a scrap that left him with nothing. He's definitely not letting this set slide away easily. Omnic is enduring a rough stretch with a 929 record over the last day. He's facing a massive uphill battle, given how completely outclassed he's been in his recent series. It's going to take a huge shift in energy for him to find any footing here. He's just too strong right now, continuing that streak to take a commanding lead. The skill gap is on full display as the higher seed takes over. Another quick engagement and the momentum is fully on his side now. The gap in their ratings is proving too much for Omnic to bridge. He's simply untouchable, securing another clean win to end the half on top. A flawless way to head into the break. Aster leads 10-2 as we switch sides. Everything we saw on paper is playing out exactly as expected. He's in total control and Omnic just doesn't have the answers right now. Omnic needs a spark here. It is just becoming a total blowout. Aster is moving through these rounds with zero resistance. His performance matches the gaps we see in the ratings. That was effortless. He's just one round away from closing this out. Pure confidence from the higher seeded player right now. What a finish. He closes it out with a clean strike to sweep the series. He's just on a completely different level tonight, making it look simple from the first round. Welcome to the Berserk League. Mist and Aster are facing off on orange to see who comes out on top. Aster is coming in with a strong 90% win rate over his last 10 matches. He's carrying a lot of confidence into this set after beating Mist in their previous meeting today. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep the momentum going. Mist is really finding his rhythm. Leading by 1. He's certainly shaking off those struggles from earlier in the day. The two are locked in. A real deadlock early on. Neither one wanting to give an inch. Aster needs a huge play to close the gap. Impressive showing, considering the gap between them on the ladder. Mist is firmly in the driver's seat at 4-2. Surprisingly a poor day so far for him with those 17-27 numbers. Aster is refusing to let this slip away, pulling right back into the thick of it. He's definitely enjoying a hot streak with 32 wins today. Mist is currently holding a slim lead despite having a 48% all-time win rate. I mean, he's effectively playing the role of the underdog here today. He's really pushing the pace against a much stronger overall opponent. Mist is cruising now with a 2-round cushion. Aster's usual map advantage isn't helping him much right now. Mist is just absolutely blitzing through these encounters, barely letting Aster breathe. The lower ranked player is absolutely taking over here. Mist takes a healthy lead with an 8-4 score. Well, he's justifying the favorite tag by putting a lot of pressure on Aster early. We'll see if the higher ranked player can answer back after the side switch. Time to see if Aster wakes up. Mist continues his dominant run, extending it to 8-5. He is currently sitting just 10 spots above his opponent on the ladder. Aster is showing a lot of grit here, securing another flawless victory to narrow the gap. He is absolutely surging now, putting together a huge run to stay in this game. The tide is turning quickly for the higher rated contender. Unbelievable, he almost goes down but barely scrapes through that absolute war of attrition. He's really showing his nerves are made of steel. He's completely unscathed in that exchange, continuing this climb back into the match. The higher seed is finally starting to look like himself. Mist manages to hold on to a 2-round advantage. The head-to-head history is almost perfectly split between these two. Mist is really putting a stranglehold on this series, pushing Aster further and further back. Another point for Mist, and he's now just a single round away from victory. The momentum has completely shifted back toward the lower seed. What a finish! Mist closes it out with a perfect final sequence to secure the victory. He really fought back in that second half, but he just couldn't find the consistency needed to pull through today. Welcome to the show. We have Omnic and Mist facing off on Mapas, with Mist entering this one as the favorite. Omnic has had a rough start to the day with a record of 830. It is unlikely he can shake that off quickly given the ranking gap between these two. We'll see if he can find a way to push back. Total control from Mist, who just shrugged off any hope of a comeback here. He's comfortably in charge of this matchup, historically as well. A quick response from the underdog to get back on the board. A high-ranking opponent normally doesn't let the gap open up like that. Mist is just cruising along with a 4-1 lead. Mist looks incredibly sharp tonight, staying consistent after those early rounds. Mist is simply dominating, extending the lead to 5-1. Mist holds a clear advantage in their historical head-to-head, winning about 57% of their encounters. Well, this current game is mirroring that trend closely. It will be a tough climb for Omnic to bridge this gap. He's on fire now, claiming a third straight round to keep the pressure mounting. He is absolutely tearing through the defense right now. Unbelievable. He survives by a sliver of health to even the score at 5-5. The momentum has completely shifted in this set. A clean exchange to put the favorite back in a better position heading into the break. A tough set of results for the underdog so far today. It's a 7-5 lead for Mist heading into the break, right? Things are shaking out as we expected. Despite some strong pushes from Omnic, the higher ranked player still holds the upper hand here. Let's see if the momentum stays. He's showing some real grit now, clawing back another round to keep this fight alive. That's a much cleaner look for him as the second half opens. Mist pulls ahead again, moving into an 8-6 lead. That's exactly how a top 25 talent is supposed to close. What a scrap. He barely walked away from that disaster, but it keeps the rally alive. He's really refusing to go quiet in this set. Mist holds onto the advantage with a 9-7 lead. He's really proving to be the more reliable force tonight. Mist is really pulling away now with a 10-7 lead. The experience difference is starting to show as this one slips away. He takes a lot of damage but still finishes the job to keep the pressure high. A fast way to keep this game within reach. The exchanges have been incredibly fast lately, and Mist is capitalizing on that speed. He finds the finishing blow and now stands on the verge of victory. Everything is falling right into place for him. What a finale. Mist closes out the game with a final blast from the ramp to secure the victory. Omnic put up a valiant effort, but it just wasn't enough to derail the favorite tonight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Omnic taking on the heavily favored Aster today on red line. Aster has the massive historical advantage with 99 wins over Omnic. But that confidence might be shaken after the way he just lost his previous match to Mist. It'll be interesting to see if he can reset and put his skill gap on display. Omnic is playing surprisingly aggressive, using that ramp to keep a slim lead. It's a huge change of pace from that previous 13-2 blowout. Omnic is simply not letting up, keeping a tight grip on this early lead. Really tough to believe the 15 seed is struggling this much. Omnic is just one step ahead, leading 3-2. It's a contrast to the absolute blowout we saw between them previously. We're completely deadlocked now with both players tied at 3. Aster secures the edge from the ramp, taking complete control of the pace. That's a lot of pressure for a guy ranked 40th on the ladder. The momentum has completely shifted. He's just hitting every shot right now. The higher rank is definitely starting to show. He just cannot be stopped right now, putting up a 5th straight win. The gap in their overall win rates is becoming very apparent. What a play! Omnic puts an end to that run and starts chipping away at the deficit. The underdog is definitely making this a fight. Aster just secures a really solid hold from the ramp, firmly extending his lead. The 15th seed is definitely finding his footing again. Aster heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Honestly, everything is going exactly as predicted here. The top seed is comfortably in charge and he'll look to close this out quickly after the switch. Time for the side swap. Aster has looked completely locked in today, putting up an impressive 31 wins in the last 24 hours. That high level of consistency makes this a nightmare for Omnic. He really needs to find a way to break this momentum before the map is out of reach. Aster's just dominating the board, holding a 5-round lead. Aster reacts incredibly fast, knocking him right off that ramp for another win. Omnic is refusing to go quietly, picking Aster right off the ramp for another round. He has had to fight much harder for every single round in this set. Aster cleans up the exchange, dropping Omnic right off the ramp to secure match point. A completely different result than their last encounter. Omnic answers back with a fast reaction to stay alive in this match. He's fighting an uphill battle against the top tier opposition today. What an absolute nail-beater of a finale. Aster claws through the chaos to secure the series. He looked like the better man since the start. Poor Omnic just couldn't find an answer for that raw speed. Welcome everyone, Mist and Aster are facing off on Junes today to see who comes out on top. Aster has a much stronger win rate on this specific map. It's interesting to see him starting on the back foot, given how comfortable he usually is here. I wonder if that previous loss to Mist is still weighing on him. Absolutely untouchable right now. Mist just keeps rolling through his opponent. Unreal speed from the opener. He just cannot be stopped right now. Aster finally answers back with a lightning fast reflex play. The higher seed is finally showing some fight. He's putting up a real fight now, securing another fast win to keep the pressure on. Another complete shutout as he keeps tearing through this match. The underdog is quickly erasing that early deficit. Unbelievable, he completely wipes the slate clean to bring us back to a dead heat. He's proving that top tier rating isn't just for show. He's completely seized control, pushing his lead to 5-4 and leaving his opponent in the dust. A sharp response from Mist to keep things that even. Aster refuses to crack, picking up another one to maintain that narrow lead. He's starting to look like the heavy favorite again. We're sitting at 6-6, heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see from this pairing. Both players are trading heavy momentum, and it'll come down to who stays steady in the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Mist takes the lead again, moving ahead 7-6. His confidence is peaking after that recent series of victories against Aster. Mist is currently on a tear with a 3-win streak in his most recent matches. It's a huge swing in confidence considering how Aster has been tearing through the lobby today. We have to see if that momentum carries him the rest of the way. Mist is just relentlessly pulling ahead, now leading 9-7. Mist is really starting to build a serious lead here, putting a lot of distance between himself and Aster. He just can't find any answers right now, and that's a 3-round push for the lead. A quick reaction there to hold the momentum. He's been in great form throughout the day with a 30-8 record. He manages to outduel Aster in a frantic scramble, putting him one step closer to victory. Unbelievable, he closes it out with a perfect final shot to secure the series. He really knew how to punish the mistakes in that series. A massive result for him given the ranking gap. Welcome to the arena. We've got Omnic and Mist facing off today, with Mist entering as the clear favorite. Omnic is struggling with an 8:31 record over the last day. He's really searching for some consistency after that brutal stretch of losses. If he can keep this early lead, we might see a complete shift in momentum. Omnic is absolutely surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's clearly leaning on a stronger head-to-head record in this series. Mist has completely flipped the script here, taking over the lead in a hurry. It's a dead heat now, despite the gap in the rankings. Total shutdown as he keeps rolling with another perfect round. Coming into this as the heavy favorite, the pressure is clearly off him. He's completely taken over the map, securing his 4th straight. He's showing exactly why the rating gap is so wide here. A swift response here as Omnic secures a clean victory. Just a couple of rounds ago, he looked completely outclassed. We are back to a stalemate for all. The underdog really isn't intimidated by that rating gap today. He's simply too fast right now, claiming another flawless victory to keep this momentum swinging. Huge shift in power as he pushes his streak to 4, taking complete control of the game. A swift stop for Mist to keep things tight before we head into the break. He's managed to keep this really close for now. We're locked in at 6-6. Honestly, Omnic is playing way above his usual level. It's a shocking start for the favorite, as he's fighting just to stay level with the lower ranked player. Fresh starts for both here. Omnic edges back in front with a narrow 7-6 lead. A surprising turnaround considering their most recent head-to-head went the other way. Mist claws back to tie it up at 7 apiece. His higher rank is starting to play a role as the match stays tight. Mist is really putting on a clinic here. He looks completely in control of the tempo. Both sides are locked in a fierce 8-8 tie. Hard to believe how close this is given the ladder positions. Omnic holds a slim edge at 9-8. He's really shaking off the dust from that loss to Aster. Neither of these two is willing to give an inch. We're seeing a real battle of attrition here. Both players are fighting for every single round here. Mist takes the lead back with a tense 10-9 score. And just like that, Omnic levels it at 10 apiece. This is a nightmarish scenario for the higher rated player. The momentum is shifting back to Mist as we head into the final stretch of regulation. Things are completely wide open now and we're looking at a potential overtime scenario. A huge mental test for Mist to stay composed here. Omnic shuts that door fast, putting himself just a single victory from the finish. Unbelievable. Mist equalizes the map in a flash, forcing us straight into overtime. What a scramble! He survives a chaotic exchange by the skin of his teeth to take a huge lead in the extra. He is truly playing out of his mind tonight. The rounds are coming down to a split second of reaction time as this set reaches a fever pitch. Mist is really leaning into this late game lead, looking very dangerous as he chases the finish. He is simply untouchable right now, extending that run to 3 straight. His high rank is finally starting to pay off. What a finish. He closes it out with an absolute blur of a shot to take the victory. He really pushed the favorite to the absolute limit today. That performance was a massive step up for the underdog. He had to work for that. Welcome to the stream. We've got Omnic and Aster facing off on fast aim, with the favorite looking to dominate here. Aster has completely owned this matchup historically with a huge 100-30 lead over Omnic. Well, it looks like that mental advantage is continuing to play a role here. We just have to see if Omnic can find a way to break that pattern. Aster holds a slim lead moving into round 3. He's really putting that rating difference on display right now. Everything is completely equal right now. A real toss-up going into the 5th. Aster was far too quick, punishing Omnic as he tried to play from the ramp. He's putting that top half ladder position to work. Omnic has fought back to tie it up at 3-all. A huge swing in confidence for the underdog right now. Omnic claims the momentum, pulling ahead 4-3. A total turnaround for the man currently sitting at 14th. Aster manages to find a strong spot on the ramp to keep things deadlocked. He's showing why he's the more consistent player today. Both of them were fighting for that same ramp space, but Omnic was just a hair quicker on the draw. Omnic is really finding a way to make his presence felt from that window position. A surprising turn given their last match ended in a total blowout. What an unbelievable scrap. He barely walked away from that exchange with his life. He's definitely feeling the pressure after those rough losses to Mist earlier. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, nobody expected the rank 40 player to be controlling the pace like this. He's playing some incredible rifle CS to keep Aster on his heels. time to see if Aster recovers. Omnic has barely managed 8 wins in his last 33 games across the board. It's clear that his confidence is sky high despite the historical stats. He's completely ignoring the pressure to maintain this lead. Aster digs deep and wins it from the ramp, showing a lot of heart here. The high-seeded side is finally starting to push back. Omnic is firmly in control with a 3-round cushion. A total departure from his usual form lately. Showing some serious grit, putting together a response to narrow that gap. He's staying aggressive and just shut that down, continuing this climb back into the game. The gap in their rankings is practically non-existent at this point. Omnic is really tightening his grip on this map, shaking him off that ramp quickly to pull even further ahead. Omnic is really putting on a clinic, staring down the map and looking completely comfortable with this cushion. He just wipes the floor with him from that ramp, moving one step closer to victory. A complete flip from what we're used to seeing when these two meet. Aster's back with a crisp headshot, keeping the dream alive for now. Just a momentary lapse in concentration there. And that's it. He closes this out with a perfect final blow to secure the map. He's just completely rewritten the script for this rivalry today. Talk about a huge confidence boost for the guy at the bottom of the ranks. Welcome to Italy. We've got Mist and Aster facing off today to see who comes out on top. Aster looks very sharp today with a 30-10 record over the last 24 hours. It's an impressive start given that he's coming off a tough stretch of losses. We'll see if he can maintain this momentum against a player as experienced as Mist. Aster takes a commanding 2-1 lead right now. He's already seen success against this opponent today. Aster is really capitalizing on his speed here, ending those exchanges in a heartbeat. Aster is just dominating, putting up a massive 4-1 lead. It's a complete reversal from their last meeting on the dunes. The heat is really on now as he secures another clean victory to push his lead. The favorite is really struggling to keep up pace. Mist finally finds an answer, securing a quick victory to chip away at that lead. Another effortless kill for Mist, who is proving he won't go down without a fight. Aster is still firmly in control at 6-3. Mist holds a 10-9 higher seeded player is definitely asserting himself here. That looks like a distant memory right now. Look, he's struggling to apply that lifetime advantage to this specific server. If he can't find a way to break this streak, he'll be staring at a very steep climb. Aster just keeps pulling away with an 8-4 cushion. Aster is really proving his superiority on this side of the bracket. Aster takes a strong lead heading into the break at 8-5. He's totally ignoring the pre-match hype surrounding Mist. The underdog is making a serious run at the upset right now. Aster keeps the pressure on with a 9-5 advantage. Aster is really taking advantage of that map percentage lead. Mist is fighting back, trailing by 3 now. He's a bit higher on the ladder, but it's getting closer. What a scramble! Both players were nearly gone, but he manages to claw out the win in a chaotic exchange. That was an incredibly tight finish. Aster is really closing in on the finish line here. Just a couple more rounds and it's over. He makes it look easy, securing a 3rd straight win and putting himself 1 round away from victory. A sudden snap from Mist to keep the dream alive for another round. Just enough to slow the bleeding for a moment. The momentum shift continues as he secures another rapid victory. He's finally found a way to string these together. He is absolutely on fire right now, refusing to let the match end just yet. Unbelievable! Aster closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. Unreal, he survives a brutal war of attrition to close out the entire series. He really had to dig deep to survive those low health scraps and seal the deal. What a fight. Welcome to Redline. We have Omnic and Mist facing off today, with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Mist holds a significant advantage in their head-to-head history, having won 10 of their last 16 encounters. It's surprising to see him start on the back foot despite that dominance. It will be interesting to see if he can lean back into that confidence. Absolute chaos there. Omnic barely survives the fight from the ramp to take a 2-0 lead. He's really putting that rating gap into perspective right now. Mist needs a huge response to shake off that 2-1 deficit. He's definitely using that experience to steady himself. Mist is on a roll now, shutting down that ramp push to bring things back to even. The higher ranked player is quickly asserting control here. Omnic pulls ahead again, clutching a 3-2 lead. An interesting look for someone currently sitting at number 39. Mist is showing great timing right now, taking a clean win from the ramp to keep this deadlock going. He's really making it look easy after that earlier close call. Mist takes the lead again at 4-3. He's looking a lot more comfortable after that rough match against Aster. Completely outclassed him there, extending his lead to 5. A tough afternoon for Omnic after that 9:30 record today. We'll be taking a very quick timeout here, but stay tuned for more Redline action. He's simply outperforming his opponent right now, taking another effortless round. He's effectively acting like the favorite right now. And we are back in the action on Redline with Mist currently leading the series 6-3. A sharp exchange from the ramp, and the underdog keeps this comeback alive. This puts the heavy pressure right back on the favored player. What a fight. He claws his way back to a dead heat at 6-6. Total momentum shift heading into the final stretch of the half. Omnic takes a narrow 7-6 lead into the break. You know, nobody expected the lower seeded player to be fighting for the lead right now. We might actually be seeing an upset brewing on Redline. Position swap. Let's see what happens. And just like that, we're completely tied up at 7 apiece. He's really digging in to prove those head-to-head stats, right? Mist is putting on a clinic right now, quickly neutralizing that ramp push to stay in control. Okay, complete shutout here as he secures his 3rd consecutive point. He's really showing that rank 24 pedigree. Omnic manages to secure the kill from the ramp, showing real grit to stay in this game. A critical stop for the underdog to keep this close. Incredible. He barely survives a chaotic exchange to bring this match completely level. Omnic completely dominates this trade from the ramp to seize the lead. The pressure is really mounting on the top seed now. Another huge get from the ramp, and he's just completely taken over this game. Total reversal of fortunes from where we started. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking an effortless 5th straight to put himself 1 round away from the victory. Mist holds the high ground and shuts things down from the ramp, refusing to let the map end just yet. A quick recovery there to keep the dream alive. What a finish. Omnic closes it out and secures the series victory. A massive result here to break that historical dominance. He really fought through the nerves to take down the favorite. What a performance. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. We've got a great match today as Omnic takes on the heavily favored Aster. Aster has absolutely owned this rivalry with an all-time head-to-head record of 100 wins to 31. He's definitely playing with an immense amount of confidence today. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can find a way to reverse that trend. That is a statement win as he storms into a 3-round lead. The higher seed is really putting the pressure on early. Absolute chaos in that trade. Omnic digs deep to secure the win and keep things competitive. He refuses to go quietly, securing another round to narrow the gap. What a scramble. Aster barely walks away from that encounter alive. He's definitely showing why he's sitting higher in the ratings. Omnic has struggled to keep pace lately going, 10-29 in his last few matches. That lack of momentum is clearly showing here as the lead widens. Now it is just a matter of whether he can claw back before things get out of hand. Aster is firmly in control with a 6-3 lead. The skill gap is really starting to surface as this match progresses. Aster is making this look easy. He is just simply too fast for Omnic right now. Aster pushes his lead to 7-4 after that. The heavy favorite is starting to look a bit shaky. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the higher ranked player is in control here. It's a predictable start to the map, and Omnic is just fighting for every inch to stay in this time to see if Omnic bounces back. Arthur holds a commanding 8-5 grip on this. The higher rated player is quickly shutting down any comeback hopes. What a fight. He barely claws his way out of that encounter alive. He is just refusing to let go today. Simply untouchable. He shuts everything down with a lightning fast shot to keep his streak alive. A total slugfest on the map, and he just barely scrapes through to keep the run going. He's playing like the clear number 17 on the ladder. He finally breaks that momentum and earns himself another round. He's back in charge now and just needs one more round to seal the deal. He's certainly living up to those pre-match expectations today. What a frantic exchange! Omnic manages to edge out the win in a total firefight, keeping his hopes alive. Game over. He shuts the door on this match and secures a decisive victory. He just puts on a clinic over here, continuing to hold that historic dominance over Omnic's head. Welcome to the arena for a huge matchup between Mist and Aster. We'll see if the favorite can pull off the win here. Aster is coming in on a real roll with a 30-10 record over the last day. He's clearly entering this duel with a huge amount of confidence, which puts Mist on the defensive right from the start. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can find a way to slow things down. Aster holds the lead now with 2 rounds banked. He knows exactly how to handle this specific opponent. The tide has completely turned here. Mist has erased that early deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. He's looking for a second victory against this opponent today. Aster keeps the momentum, edging ahead 3-2. He's proving why he's the higher rated player today. And now we're totally locked in at 3 apiece. The parity between these two is just incredible. The rounds are flying by now, and that last engagement was over in a heartbeat. Another stalemate, and both Mist and Aster sit equal. Everything's perfectly balanced right now. Aster narrowly holds the advantage, leading 5-4. He's definitely playing like the higher seeded player right now. The head-to-head record between these two is actually a dead even 10-10. It's just that Aster is the one bringing the momentum from their previous encounter. He's effectively mirroring that result from their last meeting. Aster takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely defying the pre-match predictions here. He really leaned into that 4-round run to put himself in a great position to close this out. Time for a fresh start. Aster is still firmly in control at 8-5. A quick response from the number 24 seed here. He's showing some real grit, putting together a nice run to climb back into the series. A real fight to get back into this one. He's just taken over. That's 3 straight for Mist, and he's cutting deep into that early lead. A fierce exchange of fire, but Aster holds his ground and shuts it down. The favorite is really struggling to find some footing here. Aster's firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. He's really capitalizing on a stronger historic win rate here. The momentum swings back entirely as Aster secures another quick victory to extend his lead. Mist answers back with a swift kill to keep the pressure on. He's putting that historical head-to-head deadlock into perspective. A sharp reaction from Aster to put himself just 1 round away from victory. Huge delay of the inevitable as Mist finds a perfect opening to stay in the game. What a way to finish it. Aster closes out the series with a perfect final shot. He really had to dig deep to hold on to that lead after the second half. That's a gritty way to secure the win. Hard-fought victory. Welcome to the league. Omnic and Mist are stepping onto fast aim to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Mist really controls this specific matchup with a 10-7 lead in their head-to-head history. And that confidence seems to be paying off early. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can shake off those recent losses and find a way back into this. Mist is just too quick on that ramp, taking full control of the early game. He's certainly fighting to shake off those recent losses. Mist is just punishing him from that ramp, really building some momentum right now. Hard to believe his recent slump is already over. Mist edges ahead by 1 as we hit round 5. He's definitely playing with a chip on his shoulder right now. Mist keeps extending the gap, now leading 4-2. He definitely needs to bounce back after those 3 straight losses earlier today. Omnic has been struggling to find any ground today, going 9-29 over the last 24 hours, and honestly this current deficit just mirrors that trend perfectly. We have to wonder if he's simply mentally checked out of this session. Mist just couldn't let Omnic hold that high ground, shutting that attempt down instantly. Mist is dominating here, now sitting pretty at 7-3. This just feels like the natural order of things. Oh, totally clean finish for Mist, who just can't be stopped right now. Mist really seems to have the upper hand today. We head into the break with Mist leading 9-3. It's exactly what we anticipated given the wide gap in their rankings. He has a comfortable cushion moving into the second half. Time to see if Omnic wakes up. Mist is just closing in on the finish line now, having completely shut down that ramp play. The gap between them on the ladder is starting to show. Omnic actually manages to hold that ramp and secure another round for himself. It's a reminder that the gap on the ladder isn't always an absolute barrier. Mist is just relentlessly efficient right now, leaving Omnic with almost no room to breathe. The trade-offs are happening so quickly now, neither of them can string a long run together. He's managed to win a few of these head-to-head bouts recently. Omnic is actually starting to put some pressure on him now. A little bit of momentum is swinging back. He just cleared those lines again, bringing down Mist from the ramp for another win. He just completely dismantles Mist right off the ramp to keep this surge going. It's getting dangerously close for the favorite. He just shuts that comeback down instantly, moving himself to match point. He's just reminding everyone who the favorite is here. Unbelievable. Mist shuts it all down right here to secure the victory. He really leaned on that map experience to get things sorted, showing why he's comfortably higher on the ladder. Welcome everyone to Mappers. We have Omnic taking on a very strong Aster in today's match. What a scramble! Aster barely survives that exchange, clutching the first round by a hair. Aster has a massive lead in their head-to-head history with 101 wins. And we're seeing that dominance translate into the server immediately. He's coming in with far more confidence than a player who's been struggling today. Aster is just cruising with a commanding 3-1 lead. He's certainly reflecting the gap we see on the ladder. Omnic needs to find an answer quickly, as Aster is simply outplaying him in almost every exchange. Aster just keeps rolling, taking another round to push his lead to 5-1. He's looking just as sharp as he did in their previous encounter. Omnic answers back with a fast burst to keep things moving. The lower rated player is definitely fighting back. He's showing a lot of grit, securing another round to keep this rally going. It's a surprising shift for a guy who entered the server as such a heavy favorite. Omnic has struggled significantly today with a 9-29 record in his last few games. Well, those numbers highlight why he's finding it so difficult to maintain any real momentum. He's effectively playing against a wall of bad form right now. Aster is back in control, putting an end to that rally with a perfect sequence. Aster is really making his current win streak feel permanent. Aster takes a 9-3 lead into the break. This is exactly what we anticipated based on the ranking gap. Omnic is just struggling to keep pace with the better player today. Aster's really tightening the noose now, sitting at 10. He's maintaining a high level throughout this series. Omnic is making things difficult now, catching Aster wide open on the ramp. Coming off a tough 7-13 loss to this same opponent today. Omnic is hanging tough, but Aster holds a huge 10-5 lead. Hard to believe he's currently sitting at rank 37 on the ladder. Simply untouchable. Omnic is on fire, securing his third straight win without taking any damage. Aster puts a stop to that momentum immediately, keeping his lead firmly in hand. Aster is just a single point away from victory after that lightning-fast exchange. The top-seeded player is just too consistent today. Omnic catches him instantly, delaying the inevitable once more. He's fighting through a bit of a rough patch in the rankings. That's it. Aster shuts the door and secures the victory right here. He's just on a tear today, picking up another win to keep that incredible daily run going. Welcome everyone, we have Omnic and Aster facing off on orange, though Aster enters this one as the clear favorite. Aster has clearly owned this matchup in the past, winning 77% of their encounters. It's a gap in quality and confidence that's been on full display since the start of the day. Now we just have to see if Omnic can find any way to hold that momentum. Atares is comfortably in the driver's seat at 2-1. His 31-9 performance over the last day proves how hot he's playing. Aster is really putting the pressure on early, making this look like a one-sided affair. He's really proving why he's sitting comfortably in the top 15. Aster keeps pushing and now holds a 3-2 lead. He's certainly making a case for himself despite the ranking gap. Aster is just dominating with a 4-2 lead. Omnic is really struggling to put up rounds lately. Omnic has a rough path ahead with a 20% win rate over his last 10 games. It's a trend that's following him right into this series. I wonder if he's just completely mentally spent at this point. We'll take a quick time out here, but stay tuned as we return to the action on orange. He's just too sharp right now, securing a third straight to pull way ahead. Just as he's done in most of their 100+ head-to-heads. And we are back on orange, where Aster looks to widen the gap with a 6-2 lead. Omnic responds quickly to put another point on the board. A quick reaction from Omnic to keep this competitive. Aster is just relentlessly pushing the pace at 8-3. Omnic fights back to keep it 8-4 for now. The rank 38 underdog is certainly putting up a fight. Aster takes the lead with an 8-5 score at the break. Everything here is playing out just as we predicted. He's using that map advantage to keep a comfortable cushion as they switch sides. Time to see a response from Omnic. Omnic manages to claw one back to make it 9-5. A clean recovery to stop the bleeding immediately. Aster is really cruising now with a 10-5 advantage. Looking at those records, the gap is just immense. Omnic is refusing to go away quietly, keeping himself right in the mix. It's been a long day for the underdog, but he's still fighting. Aster is just capitalizing on every tiny opening, putting a real stranglehold on this game. A lightning fast reaction puts the favorite just one step away from victory. Game over. Aster closes it out with a final exchange to secure the match. ID win for the trailing player to keep things moving. It's a tough spot to be in after those previous losses today. What a finish! Aster secures the final kill to wrap this whole thing up. He's really in the zone today, and that sub 1 second reaction just put the nail in the coffin. Welcome everyone, we have Aster and Omnic facing off on Italy, with Aster entering this match as the heavy favorite. Aster has a dominant historical edge here, winning 77% of their career head-to-heads. It's a massive gap that really reflects the difference in their current form. Now we just have to see if Omnic can find any way to disrupt this momentum. Aster's firmly in the driver's seat with a 2-1 lead. That's a surprising shift given his recent struggle in these matchups. Aster's really putting the pressure on early, looking sharp and fast in these exchanges. Aster edges ahead and now leads 3-2. The gap on the ladder is evident, but he's keeping pace. Omnic has fought back to a dead heat. He's certainly not playing like someone ranked 39th right now. Aster is proving far too quick for him today. These exchanges are happening almost instantly. Omnic has an 18% win rate on this map, and it's starting to feel like a steep mountain to climb. It's clear that the historical disadvantage is weighing on him right now. If the trend continues, Aster is going to close this out quickly. Absolute perfection from Aster to shut things down and secure his 4th straight win. He's just unstoppable right now, sweeping through this set as the first half winds down. Total lockdown as he closes in on the finish line. Aster goes into the break with a comfortable 9-3 lead. He simply outclassed his opponent here. That 6-round run really hammered home why he entered the match as such a heavy favorite. Omnic needs to find some answers. Aster maintains a crushing lead, sitting at 9-4. A tough run today, as the struggle continues for him. Omnic manages a small rally, trailing by 4. He's really pushing through a rough day for his overall record. Aster is just too quick for him. That was an incredibly fast reaction to end that mini rally. Aster stays in total control, pushing his lead to 10-6. Omnic finally clawed one back to make it 10-7. He's on fire now, charging back into this series with 3 straight wins. The pressure is definitely shifting onto the favorite now. He's just completely shifted the energy of this game, taking a clean round to bring the score within 1. Unbelievable. He has wiped away that early deficit to tie the game at 10-all. Simply staggering. He takes the lead for the first time in a total reversal of fortune. Simply unbelievable. He's now just a single round away from closing the series. Nobody expected the underdog to be this composed under pressure. Aster manages to disrupt that run, keeping himself in the game. The higher seed is finally starting to push back. Unbelievable. He closes it out with a total shutdown of the round to secure an incredible victory. Can't believe it. After everything they've been through in their history, he finally broke through to take the win. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're on fast aim for this duel between Omnic and the heavily favored Aster. Let's see who takes it. Aster holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history, winning over 76% of their matches. It makes sense why he's seen as the far superior player here. We'll see if that dominance translates into a quick sweep today. Omnic is actually putting up a fight, leading 2-1. He's really struggling to shake off that last loss on Italy. Aster keeps his composure here to level things up, making this an absolute toss-up. The 17th seed is starting to exert some pressure. Omnic is just playing out of his mind right now, picking up another one from the ramp. He's really capitalizing on his confidence after that Italy win. Omnic's just rolling now, pushing it to a 4-2 lead. It's a rough start for the 17th seed. He's just untouchable right now, taking the round without taking a single point of damage. Aster's back immediately, showing a lot of grit to keep this close. Omnic's total record in the league is just 27%. It makes the current scoreline almost unbelievable given the disparity in their experience. He's managed to reverse the usual trend of these matchups for now. The real test will be seeing if he can maintain this lead as we head toward halftime. Aster knocks him off the ramp and continues this impressive climb back into the game. The pressure is really starting to mount for the lower seeded player. We're all tied up at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, the underdog is refusing to back down. Omnic is trading blows with a much stronger opponent, which is huge for his confidence. Fresh start for both of them. A complete shutdown here, and he now moves ahead by a single round. It looks like the higher seed is finally starting to pull away. Omnic claws right back, leaving them deadlocked at 7. His rating is way higher, but it's not showing right now. Omnic takes the lead again, sitting at 8-7. A huge difference in their recent daily activity is evident. A huge effort from Aster to trade blows on the ramp and even the score. That was a scrap, but the favorited side pulls through. Omnic manages to outplay the window angle from the ramp to widen his lead. He's certainly fighting through a tough day overall. Aster is showing incredible tenacity, cutting through the ramp to bring this series completely level. The experience edge is finally starting to manifest. The comeback continues as he secures another round to regain a 1-round advantage. He's finally starting to play like the higher rank. Omnic just needed that one quick reaction to clear out Aster from the ramp and force a tie. Aster is showing great resolve here, effortlessly cleaning up the round. He just couldn't find an answer for that precise aim. Another effortless get for the favorite, who now sits just one victory away from a win. What a finish! Aster closes it out perfectly to secure the victory. Omnic played his heart out and really pushed the pace today, but he just couldn't close the door on that last stretch. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. We have Omnic and Aster facing off today, with the favorite looking to stay dominant. Aster enters this duel with a massive 104-32 win lead in their head-to-head history, and honestly those numbers are a perfect summary of how this matchup usually unfolds. It'll be a huge test of mental strength to see if Omnic can keep the early lead given the historical weight on his shoulders. Aster holds a narrow lead as we head into round 3. Aster has been on an absolute tear throughout today's sets. Absolute chaos in this encounter, but he survives the trade to extend his streak to 3. He is just completely in control now, taking down Omnic without taking a single hit. Omnic responds with a quick burst to claw back into the game. He's showing he can hang with the favorite. Aster has been in incredible form today with a 29-10 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this set. He's simply outplaying his opponent right now, and we're seeing a huge gap in confidence between the two. Aster is pulling away, leading 6-3. The gap in rankings is really starting to show here. Omnic has to make a move soon, or this is going to be a very short evening for him. The pressure is simply too much for Omnic as he falls again, leaving Aster firmly in the driver's seat. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, it is basically playing out exactly how we anticipated. He's just too sharp for Omnic right now, and we are seeing that skill gap manifest in every exchange. New sides. Let's see what happens. Atar is just relentlessly crushing this, now leading 9-4. He's comfortably residing in the upper half of the rankings. Omnic just found a glimmer of hope to make it 5-9. That's a decent response coming from a player sitting at rank 36. Aster is just too quick today, ending these rounds in the blink of an eye. The favorite is clearly finding his composure again. Aster is simply closing in on the finish line right now. It's been a tough stretch for Omnic today across these sets. Omnic is refusing to go down easily, keeping this series tighter than anyone expected. Just trying to find a way back into this one. He just makes a quick clean play to put himself on the edge of victory. He's really putting on a clinic today. That's it. Aster shuts the door with a perfect final sequence to take the win. He's just in a different league today, walking away with another huge victory in this rivalry. Welcome to the match on orange. Omnic and Aster are ready to go, though Aster enters this one as the heavy favorite. Aster has completely dominated this head-to-head pairing with a win rate of 77%. And that historical gap is showing in how easily he's taking the early rounds. Omnic really needs to find some answers quickly to stay in this. He's coming off a really dominant 30-10 stretch in the last day. Aster is simply too quick right now. He's making these fights look like a breeze. He's taking full control after that 13-6 victory on Blame Dunes. Aster is leading 3-2, keeping the pressure on. He's certainly punching above his weight relative to the rankings. What a comeback. Omnic finally levels the playing field. A really tough spot for the higher seeded player right now. The momentum is swinging back and forth perfectly, and it's anyone's game right now. His experience really shines through when the games get tight. Omnic has struggled significantly today with a 10-30 record over the last day. It makes sense that the pressure is starting to mount, given his recent track record. We'll see if he can find a way to break this pattern. Unbelievable. Omnic barely scrapes through that trade, clutching it out with almost nothing left to secure the tie. Atar regains the lead, just edging ahead by 1. The higher rated player is once again showing his class. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, the stats pointed to a blowout here, but Omnic is refusing to go away. This is turning into a real battle of wills. Fresh start for both guys. Omnic takes the lead, puts Aster on the defensive. He is fighting an uphill battle against the rank 15 seed. Nick is really. The lower seeded player is putting on a clinic right now. Atar quickly resets the momentum here, preventing Omnic from extending that run. Omnic is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-7. A huge shift from those previous losses on Blame Dunes and Fast Aim. Omnic is absolutely flying, commanding a 3-round advantage. He's looking a lot more comfortable than in that last match. He's just not letting up. That's another one for Omnic to keep the pressure high. He's really overcoming that massive deficit in all-time head-to-head records. Atar answers back immediately with a sharp shot to the head. A lightning fast exchange that completely flipped the energy. Clean outplay that puts him just one step away from victory. The confidence is radiating off him right now. What a finish. Omnic shuts the door with a perfect final shot to seal the series. Just a massive shift in the narrative today. He's finally managed to turn the tide against one of his toughest opponents. What a performance. Welcome everyone to the arena today. We have Omnic taking on the heavily favored Aster in a classic 1v1. Aster holds a massive historical advantage with a 76% victory rate against Omnic. It's a steep mountain for Omnic to climb, especially since he's had such a rough run over the last day. He'll need to find a way to shake off those recent losses if he wants to keep pace. Aster is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. He's coming into this one with a huge 29-11 record for the day. And we're deadlocked. Things are heating up as these two trade blows early on. The rating difference is clearly not playing a factor right now. Aster keeps the edge with a narrow 3-2 lead. Atar is just untouchable, pushing ahead to a 4-2 lead. He's really starting to assert his authority in this series. Aster is completely taking over, securing his third straight point. Absolutely effortless. He's completely shifted the energy of this match. He's simply in a different gear, picking up his 5th straight win. He's playing exactly to his rank right now. He's just completely in control, securing another flawless victory. Disparity in their overall win rates is starting to show. He is simply outclassing his opponent, claiming another 7 straight as we approach the half. He's effectively closing out this half of the set. Aster heads into the break with a 9-3 lead. Honestly, it's been a total rout so far. He's simply doing exactly what the rankings predicted for this set. Time for a fresh start. Unreal. He barely survives that exchange, clutching the win with just 4 health left. He's safely maintaining that upper half ranking advantage today. Omnic has typically only managed to win about a quarter of his matches overall. It's really telling that he's staying competitive right now despite that historical struggle. He's definitely trying to build some momentum to close the gap. The pace is just electric right now. Those last few rounds have been decided in less than a second. He shuts that down completely, leaving him on the edge of a victory. What a finish. Aster puts on a display of pure precision to close this out. He's just totally dominant today, really putting that huge overall record on full display for the crowd. Welcome to Berserk League Duels on Italy. We have Omnic facing off against the strong favorite, Aster. Aster currently holds a massive head-to-head lead with 106 wins over Omnic. It's clear he's the dominant force in this rivalry, and that gap in skill is purely reflected in their current ladder positions. We just have to see if Omnic can find a way to slow things down. Aster is simply too fast right now, walking away from that exchange without losing a single point of health. He's completely untouchable right now, moving into a 4-round surge. He's putting that substantial rating difference on full display right now. Omnic manages to find his footing here, putting an end to that run. He's clearly feeling the pressure after his tough run this afternoon. Aster is dominating, holding a commanding 5-1 lead. Omnic is really fighting an uphill battle here, having only won 10 of his 39 games today. It's a tough trend to break against a player who has been so consistent throughout this session. He definitely needs to build some momentum now if he wants any chance of a comeback. Aster still holds all the momentum at 6-3. Omnic's struggle against the field is evident after those 10 losses today. Aster is quickly reclaiming control of the server after that momentary lapse in the previous round. What a scramble. Aster clings on for his life, surviving by a hair to enter the break with an 8-3 lead. It's an 8-4 lead for Aster heading into the break, right? Everything is playing out exactly as we anticipated. Omnic is just struggling to find any answers against the top player here. Fresh start for both players now. The skill gap between the two is essentially glaring. Omnic just clawed one back to make it 5-9. He's certainly playing the role of the underdog right now. Omnic is putting up a real fight here, making this a much closer series than we expected. Aster is just too strong, pulling ahead to 10-6. The rating advantage is starting to feel like a wall for Omnic. Unbelievable. He manages to secure the win and walk away with a tiny sliver of health left. Absolutely clutch movement to secure that round. Another effortless exchange for Aster, and he is now just one step away from victory. And there it is, Aster finishes him off to close out the series. Just a completely different level of play on Italy. Omnic put up a decent effort, but he's just got no answer for that kind of speed. Welcome everyone, we're on Mapas today for a matchup between Omnic and the heavy favorite, Aster. Aster holds a massive historical edge, winning 76% of their encounters. It shows that the head-to-head matchup is very one-sided in his favor. Now we have to see if Omnic can find some answers today. Omnic is surprisingly holding the lead at 2-1. He has had a tough run with those 10 losses today. The momentum shifts right back to an even split, and both of these players are trading rounds quickly. Aster claws back to take a 3-2 lead. The difference in their ratings is definitely starting to show. He just cannot be stopped right now, completing the hat-trick of rounds. That rating difference is becoming very obvious right now. He's just completely taking over this set now, extending the lead to 5-2. The gap in their recent daily records is staggering. He refuses to stay down, clawing his way back into the server. He's showing some real resilience against the odds. What a fight! He narrowly edges out that exchange to push his advantage further. He's certainly putting that 31-9 daily record to good use. He keeps fighting, securing another critical round to narrow the gap. The underdog is definitely making this a contested series. Omnic is really struggling to keep up his end of the server today, currently sitting at a 10-30 record. That level of consistency is lacking for him, and it makes this comeback feel like a very steep climb. I wonder if he can manage to find a bit more stability before halftime. Aster takes a nice 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly the kind of start we expected from the higher seeded player. He looked very sharp during that 4-round burst to pull away. Omnic is still chasing a deficit at 5-8. A huge confidence boost for the man sitting at rank 36. He keeps the momentum going with a perfect shot, continuing his surge towards the lead. Aster maintains his control as it's now 9-6. He's looking a lot more comfortable now after those couple of tough rounds. Aster is really putting on a clinic here, quickly shutting down any hope of a comeback from the lower seed. Aster's firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. A fast reaction there to keep things interesting. He stays sharp and puts another one on the board, refusing to let the lead slip further. Aster is really tightening his grip on this one, just as we'd expect. He's just a single round away from closing this map out after that effortless win. That's a very clean way to close out the business end of the set. And that is it. Aster closes the door with an incredible finish to claim the victory. Commanding performance all around, and he just looks way too strong for the competition right now. Welcome everyone. Omnic and Aster are taking on the Dunes map today, though Aster enters as the heavy favorite. What a wild fight. Aster barely survives that encounter, scraping through with just 7 health. Aster has historically dominated this pairing with a 77% win rate over their 100+ meetings. It's essentially a mirror of what we've seen today, as Omnic just can't find a way to break through. Aster is firmly in the driver's seat. That was a brutal trade, but the momentum stays with Aster for another one. Absolute carnage in that exchange, and the 5-round streak stays alive. Finally a response from Omnic, who just shut that run down with a clean look. Looking for some stability after a tough day overall. Aster is cruising with a commanding 5-2 lead. A complete shutdown here. He's just refusing to let this lead slip away. He quickly regains control of the series with that win. His recent form is just scary compared to the other side of the server. He's starting to put up a real fight now, narrowing the gap to 4-6. Unreal. Omnic claws back another round in a frantic trade, surviving with almost nothing left in the tank. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see. Aster is keeping his composure, but Omnic has shown he can push back when he's feeling confident. Time to see if Omnic pivots. Aster has been practically unstoppable today, putting together a 32-9 record over the last 24 hours. Look, it's not surprising to see that momentum carry over into this match, especially with how easily he's controlling the map. He's simply operating on a different level right now. Aster just completely shut him down, putting a stop to any hopes of a comeback. Another fast reaction from the favorite, and he's now just 2 rounds away from closing the door. He's just completely in control now, putting himself on the verge of victory. The sheer difference in skill level is on full display. Game over. He closes it out with the perfect shot to secure the victory. He's simply been too quick for the opposition today, putting a huge cap on this session.